Peace Mode. Effective January 1st, 1978. All parts and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements. Thank you for holding. Your call is very important. The first available KIE representative will be with you shortly. Base mode. Effective January 1st, 1978. All clocks and industrial electromechanics operations will cease. Please contact your assigned account representative for account transfers or contract settlements.
Well, that went a bit longer than I thought it would. Yeah. Must be colder in here than usual. It's taking longer for water to boil. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. In hindsight, it's probably too hot for tea, but I'm not exactly making the best life choices right now. Speaking of which, hello internet people, how are you doing today? Are you doing good? I hope so. So today, okay, so there's a little bit of a story in the next, I feel I need to explain myself a little bit here. I previously declared on, excuse me, I had to cough, on Thursday that there was going to be no streams this weekend because I had a root canal on Friday, and I didn't know how much of a mess it was going to be. Now I'm feeling off kilter because my regularly scheduled thing I like to do hasn't been done, and medication and boredom and inspiration and all of which just collided at once, and I decided to do this now. So that's why what should be going on today is the Legacy Golf Challenge, but I'm not doing that today. No. Instead, what I'm going to do is plug away at learning a new programming language. This time it's going to be Rust. God, it is too warm in here. Just a minute. I'm flip-flopping between my comfy, fuzzy house coat. Because it's just a little too cool to not wear it because it's fuzzy, but just too warm because it's very fuzzy. And I cannot make up my mind. Anyway, so, the last time I programmed in earnest was at my Polytechnic. That was in, about 2009. And at that point, I learned 3 languages. It was Motorola 68000 assembly language. It was JavaScript, which promptly left my mind the moment it went in, because at the time, the development environment was awful. The development environment for JavaScript at the time was, you cobbled it together, you loaded the web page, and then you went through the file system of your server to where the log text file was, and you read whatever it spat out in hopes that it told you what was wrong when your page doesn't load properly, and that was it. It was miserable. So I didn't learn much about JavaScript. And then the next one that I learned in depth was C#, but I never really got a chance to use C# in a meaningful way outside of the Polytechnic I learned at, because at the time, I wouldn't say C# was just for Windows, but it's very heavily tied to .NET, and at the time, .NET was like a Windows thing only. Or if it was for other platforms, it really wasn't really that robust. So I didn't really have a use for it. And then, I don't know, my need for programming just didn't really come in. Or like, show itself. So that's where I thought, well, I could learn a language again, and everyone uses Python, but I don't know. I'm weird. I kind of dislike it. And, I could get into why, but it's more of just a preference thing. It just doesn't, tick my boxes. So then for a while, people would, incessantly talk about Rust. And, at that point, well, I wasn't really on board with Rust. I didn't really know why it was any more useful than any other languages, and I kind of left it at that. But as I've seen it more, and I've seen what people have made with it, I thought to give it another shake, and that's what we're doing here. So I did actually do a bit during my downtime when I was feeling lost and aimless. And so I decided to get this set up in a way that it's viewable, it's a little compartmentalized, and so from the rest of my computer without having to set up VMs. And we've got that now here. So I guess enough waffling. We should probably just switch over. And this is what we got. Okay. Here it is. I have got running right now a nested X session that's got pretty much everything we're going to need to start plugging away at Rust today. Actually, let me get the hold music down because we've got something else here. Yes, yes. Let's switch over and get some Sid music playing. How's that? A little loud. Maybe I'll turn it down a bit more. There! I don't want to blow my own eardrums out. Alright, so we are running in a nested X session. This X session has got pretty much everything we're going to need to just focus on development. We've got a whole bunch of extra terminals here, so I can call up things I need. Actually, I better move one of these to each of these. There. We've got ours here. We've got Visual Studio Code. Actually, let me rewind a bit here. If we look at our separate desktops, we've got one here telling us what time it is, and we've got one showing our goals, we got one showing our manual, and we have one for music. And each has got a terminal in case I need to call something else up. I forgot to do that before we started. So, let's go to the goals section. Now, it's not that I don't know programming languages, it's that I don't know Rust. And contrary to what people may think, I am moderately stupid. It does take a while for some of this stuff to catch on, and so I kind of have to hinge on what I already know. So I've got my short-term goals, my long-term goals, and to-do, which is kind of tangential, but not really related. So, here are my goals for just getting getting started with Rust. So the first ones are, and some of this was done during the week, not on broadcast, but. So the first one is get a development environment. I have done that. And people can get as happy or as upset as they want, but Visual Studio Code ticks all my boxes. I don't mind a TUI development environment. Oh, ow, 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 ow. That hurt. My plan is falling apart already. Can I adjust the volume here? Oh, thank God. Ow. Just blew my eardrums out. Alright, so let's see. If I go to another song, does it reset the volume? No, it does not. Okay. I have to adjust it in the browser. I'm gonna have to remember that for next time. Christ, just rattled my own... Wow. There. Oh, that was enough to rattle my own brain. Jesus Christ. And my tea is ready. So where was I before I accidentally blew out everyone's eardrums today? Let me think. Right, so... Goals. So some of this was done during the week, not on a stream. I just thought it was... I've documented me stumbling around doing nothing, or stumbling around trying to figure shit out before. Hell, I even documented making this VTubing rig before, so it's not too terribly foreign. Not gonna lie, it is a little bit distressing to show my complete and utter incompetence to the world, but I mean, I've done stupider. Alright, So here are some of the goals I did manage to lay out, or I have laid out and I've managed to achieve. So the first one, get an IDE. And that I've done. And you can be as, you can give whatever opinion you want, but Visual Studio Code does what I need it to do. So I'm going to be sticking with that, even if it ruffles feathers. Next was, how do you even make a project for Visual Studio Code? When I worked with Visual Studio, you could, within the development environment, call for the project to be created, and it gave you all the boilerplate to get started. In this case, when you use Rust, you apparently have to call it external to the development environment, which I just made a note for myself there. Cargo new and the project, and whatever you want to name the project, is enough to get you started, so I figured that out. Get something compiled. We've done that already, and I think that's... actually, you know what? I can show that here. When you use cargo new, this is what you get. You just get these 3 lines. A main, a print line, and an end. And that's enough to compile and run. So if you hit F5, it'll just compile it. Away you go. Run. And there it is. Done and done. So we had that all checked off. Did it unload what I had before? Yes, it did. Let's go back to what I had. Get at it. There it is. So we did compile something, and we did execute the compiled code, because in Visual Studio, hitting compile, or hitting run does compile it and run it. So I have those done. Next, we figured out how to define a variable. So if we go to my folder here, I've got a super simple one, and it's just grabbing 2 integers and adding them together and spitting it out. And surprisingly, there's a lot you need to stage before you can even get started doing that, which is, well, that's just how this language is, I suppose. I'm not used to having to stage that much. Which did actually get us this point and this point. And partly this one here. So all I wanted to do was just load 2 integers, define two integer variables, load 2 values in, add them together, and spit it out. Or more specifically, I just wanted to spit out the result of those 2 added together, because I'm used to not... If I'm only going to do it once, I don't like making a variable out of it, and I'm sure that's going to piss somebody off. But, yeah, that's what I got here. And the reason I got a half done in how to get libraries is apparently to even ask for input, to pull input from the user, you need to explicitly define a library, which is, I guess, standard I/O. So I kind of got how you're supposed to add libraries in. Frankly, I would have thought this was not boilerplate. I frankly would have thought this was, brought in for everyone, because I can't think of a scenario where a program wouldn't need to pull information from somewhere and send it out somewhere, but I don't know. I am just a pleb. I do not know better. So, I'm not in a position to whine about it. I am going to complain about it, but I won't really, understand why. I'm a whiner like that. And then, part of defining variables, I still got to figure out here partly how mute actually works. Because when I used, actually this one here, this basic adding program I wrote, you apparently have to tack mute on something that you're going to modify. But these 2 are modified because I'm giving them nothing. And then I'm adding them together. Like I'm writing something into them. These editor colors immediately make me think of Borland, Turbo Pascal, and Turbo C Sharp. Sorry, C plus. You're right on the money. That is the theming. I found that was easiest for me to see, because oddly enough, it was these types of like old retro themes that gave these hard to find borders. I find if I don't have these, it trips me up. Like, it's hard to tell like what is part of what element. But yeah, you're right on the money. Also, how are you doing, Sunfall? You doing good? I hope so. I couldn't stay away for a weekend. Even if I am feeling a little loopy today, I am gonna try something. I thought, well, if I'm gonna plug away at this, I might as well just, do it here. Stressed but mostly okay. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop on this root canal. It went surprisingly good. I'm just waiting for things to start hurting, and they haven't yet. I'm a little... It's odd. I don't know if people want to hear gory details about my health. Anywho. But, I take it it's more house stuff, right? It's coming in. House stuff getting underway. Alright, so. Getting user input, I've done that. I've not figured out standard out yet. That's kind of like a little sub-mini goal here to do. Yeah, just getting closer and closer, still getting stuff out of the house, etc. Yeah, that's... I remember moving into my home, and that was something I started to panic about at the last minute. But the people around me were of an immensely helpful. They helped me get through it. Alright, conditional branching. I did get a little bit of that in, not in the adder, but there was the third, like, little Scratch, like, playground program I was putting together to figure this stuff out. And that's kind of where I left it before, today. But, yes, for this adder, it was, just defining two variables. Apparently, if you're going to get input from the user, you should have one string. That's a bit too quiet. There, that should be better. Yeah. So one of the things it was recommended when trolling forums and whatnot was, or skimming forums, I should say, was having one line, like one variable just for handling the input, instead of trying to like take and parse the input as it comes in. Just drop it to stuff it into a string and then do your work from there. And then this one tripped me up for a very long time. If you take input from somebody, like from the operator, and then you pull information again and try and put it into the string, it doesn't replace the content. It appends the content. So for a surprisingly long time, I was very stuck trying to just get input twice until I learned about this line. You have to flush that variable before you use it again. So that one was really important for me to do. So it's that there, just calling it clear. And all this is doing is defines two variables, have the scratch string, asks for, like, prints to the operator to type in the integer, read it in, and then write it into this string, and then convert it to an integer and stuff it in. So I do that for the first, I do that for the second, and then print out what they typed and then add them. There, super easy. It really doesn't help that these aren't balanced in their volume. And now this was the big one. And this is where I had to put a pin in it from my last, sessions on my own. My next set of goals were figuring out conditional branching. And conditional branching, I was thinking like, cases and if-else. And then I was also in this doing a few other things. So, wanted to do, let's see, I forget what I had here. Figuring out how stacks and queues work, which was frankly an interesting one. So it seems like for stacks and queues, they use a vector, and a vector is treated like an array, so you can start adding values. You can start adding values on top or behind, which is something I'm not particularly used to, but that's how they do it. And then if you want to treat something like a queue instead of a stack, they have this thing called vecdec. So if we go here to the programming language manual and we go vecdec or vecdq. DQ, there it is, in standard collections. Apologies to your retinas. A vecdq, it says here, since vecdq, or vecdq or vecdec, I think it's vecdq, is a ring buffer. Its elements are not necessarily contiguous in memory. If you want to access the elements of a single slice for efficient sorting, you can use make contiguous, rotates the vecdec so its elements do not wrap. So one of the things that's unique about this this variable type, I think it's a structure, is it's got the option to push and pop from the front or push and pop from the back. So from all the documentation I've seen, they say if you want to treat something like a stack, you can use a vector. In this case, I wanted to make a vector of strings. So you can just push and pop from a vector and it's treated like a stack. But if you want to treat it like a queue, you can push from the front, but they have a specific function in them where you can pop from the back, and that's how they say you're supposed to make a queue. Which, okay, I don't know better to make an opinion, but that's how they do it. So all this one is doing right now is it asks for... Actually, I can just run it. What it does is it asks for five strings. Terminal, iteration 0. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it writes it into... let's see, it should write it into both here and here, but then just pop them differently. So here we are. So the stack, so the vector, if I pop it, it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, because it's a stack. And then for the queue, when it pulls, it pops from the back, so then it acts like a queue, so it puts it in order. Case input. And then I have a case, because I was figuring out conditional branching. This I have to revisit, because there's something here that's just not clicking. So case input. So if we go 2, it says none of these. If I input a 2, it should be a string with the contents being 2. So it should print back the word 2, but it comes back with none of these. So I'll have to revisit that. So then here's where I left it last, was I wanted to try bitwise operators. So in this case, I have an integer, a foo integer bar. I'm not paying super close attention, but it's probably 2/n, not just 2. You need to strip it first. That's fair. Maybe that's that's what it is. Because in some of these others here, like if we look at, I don't actually have the example here. I have it in the other project. If I wanted to convert what I typed, like the character 2, if I want to convert it into the integer 2, there's a function in that class that lets me strip things like spaces and carriage returns and line feeds. So that's most likely what it is. I think there's an option in here, match, where you can trim it. I'll have to look at that in a moment. Then the next was I have 2 integers here, a foo and bar, and I just want to load these in. Oh yeah, here we are. Trim and parse is how to that's probably what I have to do up here to get that sorted. So now I want to start doing things like, let's do a shift left of foo and bar. Oh, I need to do that here. So we go 2 and 32. So there is 2 being shifted left by 32, which gives us that. Now let's try this way. We'll shift right, and we'll see how it behaves. I'm curious if it comes back with 0 or if it errors out. One, two, three, four, 5. Let's go 2 and 32 again. So it truncated them to 0, which it should. Now there's another example here where the documentation mentions shifting with 3 changes changes a function here. Like changes how the bit shift works. F, shift. So shifting left, left shift and assignment. Right shift and assignment. And what does it mean by assignment, I wonder? I wonder if it means that you shift right and write it back at the same time. In which case, this should get grumpy, because those are not mutable. Those should complain at compile time, wouldn't it? Cannot be formatted with the default formatter. Okay. Oh, right, because I'm probably calling this in the wrong way here. So I'm trying to assign a value, but I'm also trying to, use it to dynamically generate the output here. So that probably won't work, but let's try an AND operator. Short-circuiting logical AND. Okay. So it's 2 ANDs. And then this should be... This should be OR. If I remember my C#. Short-circuiting logical OR. Oh, it's a logic OR, not a bitwise OR. So that won't work. It should be... That should be a bitwise OR. Oh, a bitwise AND between expression. Okay, so an ampersand between two expressions is a bitwise AND. Okay. It's a bit squeaky. It's getting annoying. Okay, so a single AND. So this should... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5. 2. Enter stuff for value A. Let's go 32. 5, 3, 5. So should come back. Oh, what grumped at me? Attempt to left shift left with overflow. Okay, so if you shift left... Oh. So it doesn't just truncate when you shift left. This is why we're doing this. Kind of twisting it till it breaks a little bit, too. But where the hell did it put me? The debugger kicked in. Oh yeah, that was one of our other goals, was figuring out the debugger. And, documentation for that was quite good. So, we have that all set up already. So, that's something I have to be careful of. I think I'm gonna make a little bit of a... Do I need to make a new one? I don't think. Make notes for that right now. But yeah, so if you shift... Actually, I can put the note here. Shifting left past the most significant bit will trigger a panic instead of truncating. Stop, and we're gonna keep it small. Case input, 2. We'll go 32 by 32. So the AND and the OR should both show up as 32, because they're the exact same value. Shifting 32 to the left gives me that, shifting 32 to the right. Okay. That's our AND and our OR. So now let's test some conditional branching. If, let's see, I is less than or equal to 64. I'm sure this is how it works. It didn't complain. Does the exclamation... I was wondering, what does the exclamation point mean in Rust? I've seen that on print line, but I haven't seen that anywhere else, so I'm sure that defines something I don't... Oh, macro uses the same syntax as format exclamation, but writes to standard output instead. The print line macro will lock the standard output on each call. You can call print. What? Mute, lock, standard. Use print line only for the primary output of your program. Use ePrint line instead to print error and progress messages. I'm sure I'll learn what the exclamation point means later. Print line. else. Small. All right. Now, I suppose we can go back here and look at this case input, because I'm very sure Sunfall was right. We need to strip the new line out. Actually, you know what I can do? I can put a break here and see what the input strings got in it. So I'm sure that's exactly. I'm sure he's exactly right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. S input string. Yep, that's exactly it. It's got two characters in it, a 2 and a /n. So if I actually did /n, no, wait a minute. A string 0 and 1. A string is an array, so that wouldn't work. So I could just strip the new line out before looking at it. We're gonna stop that. Grim. I don't think I would need to say sinputString.asString. I don't know why I did that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. And there it is. 2. Yeah, so the trim function is part of this class of string. And that takes out spaces in new line. So that was exactly it. Alright. Enter stuff for value A. We're going to go 128 and 4. Stuff for value B, 4. So 2048, so we shifted 128 left 4 times. Shifting it right 4 times gives 8. Doing an AND made it 0. Which is right, because none of the bits line up, and doing an OR added 128 4. Yep. And we did our conditional branching. So that is our conditional branching, so we figured that out. We're going to start getting to bigger stuff later, so standard... I don't think we want to do standard out yet. I think the next thing is trying to figure out libraries. I kind of figured out how to add libraries. I was able to define some of the built-in ones. And then what was particularly odd here is in other projects, I had to explicitly ask for I/O in order to get user input. But as I was starting to work in defining different types of variables here, it started including these automatically, so I still have to figure that out. Maybe that's something I'll figure out as time goes on. So let's figure out some libraries. So I need to get some third-party libraries in. How to get libraries, how to add libraries, leverage a third-party library. So, we gotta figure out how to get a library. That's our next one. So the manual should help us. Now, what I do know from making the projects is that cargo is like the main... is the main program or service to pick this kind of shit up. So let's have a look at... building and running a cargo as convention, cargo workspace. More about cargo in crates.io. Extending cargo with custom commands. Extending cargo with custom commands. So that's extending cargo. Wow. From what I understand with cargo, this is where you fetch your libraries and add-ons too, if there's like a public community library to use. Build system and package manager. Most rustation. What the hell does that mean? Use this tool to manage their Rust projects because Cargo handles a lot of tasks for you, such as building your code, download... Oh, Cargo's also the compiler? Or does building mean something else in this context? Downloading the libraries your code depends on and building those libraries. We'll call the libraries that your code needs dependencies. Okay. The simplest Rust programs, like the ones we've written so far, don't have any dependencies. We had built Hello World project with Cargo. It would only use part of Cargo that handles building the code. As you write more complex Rust programs, you'll add dependencies. If you start a project using Cargo, adding dependencies will be much easier to do. Alright. Cargo version, so we're already done that. Okay. It is also initialized a new Git repository, along with the Git nor. Git files won't be generated if you run Cargo. This doesn't seem that... Okay, so I think I've already done this. Building and running. Oh, Cargo is the compiler. I see. Okay. Okay, creates an executable. Right, now how do I fetch it? Sorry, they call it a dependency. I keep calling it a library, and I don't think that's accurate in this. Why would you want an executable? Building for release. Cargo as convention. With simple projects, Cargo doesn't provide value over just using Rust-C. Wait, so Rust-C's... So that's the compiler, then. Or are there two compilers? But we'll prove its worth as your programs become more intricate. Once programs grow to multiple files or need a dependency, it's much easier to let Cargo coordinate the build. Even though the Hello Cargo project is simple, it now uses much of the real tooling you'll use in the rest of your Rust career. That is very hopeful. In fact, to work on any existing projects, you'll need to use the following commands to check out the code using Git, change that project's directory, and add. Git clone example some project, Cargo build. So Cargo's got its own documentation. Okay, getting started. Okay, set up a first crate. A Rust crate is either a library or an executable, referred to as either a library crate or a binary crate. Okay. Cargo crates. Okay. Oh, wait, over here. every target defined for a cargo package is a crate. Okay. The source code for any given crate may be subdivided into modules. Module. Rust's module system is used to organize code into logical units called modules, which provides isolated namespaces within the code. Source code for a given crate may be subdivided into one or more separate modules. This is usually done to organize the code into areas of related functionality to control visible scope of the private. Any cargo.toml file is primarily concerned with package. It defines, creates, and adds packages. Yes, that sounds like words. That's great. Now, how do I use cargo to bring in a dependency? And then, which one would I like to use to practice again? Actually, let's go look at the long-term goals. So I have some big goals. And there's two. There's two right now, but I'm sure there's going to be more as time goes on. Because I'm going to hit this point where I'm going to start saying to myself, somebody should make that. And then I'll go, well, wait a minute, maybe I could do that. So, maybe I can, maybe I can't. But the big goals I want to do is try and make some re-implementation of a program called Boodler, which actually was one that Sunfall recommended or like talked about with me some time ago. But what Boodler does is it allows you to create soundscapes, but it was written in Python 2, and I found it's getting a little bit difficult to run it. I've made it run before, but there wasn't really like a feasible way for me to integrate it into streaming. But what it lets you do is create programmatically like background audio. And so one of the examples they used in the old source for it was just birds chirping in a forest, which is pseudo-random, but it does have a pattern to it, right? Because birds they tweet or they chirp, and then other birds respond with a different chirp. But when they do it is random, and the tone they do it in is random, but they always will call and reply. So how do you do that without it being like predictable and just a tape loop or something? And that's what Boodler was made for, as an example. But it's just getting harder to run, so it would be nice if there was like a pre-compiled one where if you like wrote it and compiled it once, you could like carry it around with you and you wouldn't have to worry about like rebuilding the environment around it to run it. Or maybe I just fundamentally misunderstand Rust and this isn't feasible in the way I want to do it, but we'll see. I'm sure it will be. But anyway, in order to do this, maybe I should find a library related to audio, or maybe find a library related to drawing a window, or even like a TUI. Maybe a TUI would be useful. So let's see. If I want to do that, then we can... So let's see, if I want to do this, I need a GUI, TUI crate. I will need an audio crate. So that's what I know right now. If I want to do the Boodler clone, I'm going to need a GUI or TUI crate, or an audio crate. I don't think I'm at a point where I could write those myself. So I'll have to find something that someone else has made. And that will tie back into how to get libraries. Okay, this is the appendix. So package managers to program. Okay, so that's not what I need. I need manifest commands. Build commands, manifest commands, cargo commands. Dependency resolution. Line cargo exists. Package layout, dependencies. Ah, here we go. Crates.io is the Rust community's central package registry that serves as a location to discover and download packages. Cargo is configured to use it by default to find requested packages. To depend on a dependency hosted on Crates.io, add it to cargo.toml. Alright, well let's look at Crates.io then. Oh god. What the hell happened? There, that should help my eyes. That is a malformed site if I ever saw one. I seriously doubt it's because the window is too small. And if it's gonna be grumpy about like a... Well, I don't think Pale Moon was that far off from Firefox. Oh well. Alright, so let's see. What do they have for GUI? A generic UI library and framework. eGUI, easy to use immediate mode GUI that runs both web and native. Okay. Hyperswitch, a CLI GUI that allows switching between Windows and Hyperland. Don't need that. A real-time GUI library for games, don't need that. Simple and direct rendering of GUI contents on a buffer. I don't think I need anything like that right now. What is Festival GUI? Directly uses Festival internals. Well, what's Festival? There a clone tab? Search. Festival. The crate is still in development and is currently used as a placeholder. For what? Festival music play. So Festival is a music player? Okay. Would that be useful to me later? Alright. So let's see. So I don't need that right now, but maybe a generic GUI framework would be useful for me. By providing basic user interface functionality, strives to be as independent as possible of the underlying system architecture that is compatible with windowing as well as terminal-based systems and does not rely on the specifics of any GUI toolkit. Part of this story means that it is not an out-of-the-box replacement for your favorite user interface toolkit. I don't know how to use any of those. But that should be seen more as a building block, providing hooks and basic functionality seen in a UI. Used for exploring parts of the design space for user interface architecture using Rust. The Not Now program relies on the GUI crate for this function of its terminal-based UI. Basic workings can be seen there. Okay. Terminal-based task and to-do management program. Whoa! I can use that right there. Let's see. In addition, when implementing text, the program has support for lib-readline style task input. Okay, example. If you're just interested in trying out the program with some programmatically created tasks, you can run the example with test data, features test. So that's not useful for what I want to do. Native Windows GUI. Is this for native Windows, which I don't need. Fractal renderer. Simple direct rendering of the GUI contents on a buffer. Let's see what eGUI has for us. Highly portable immediate mode GUI library. eGUI runs on web natively and in your favorite engine, game engine. What is our favorite game engine? For compiling same app to web below, third-party integrations. That's a lot of stuff. None of which is too terribly interesting to me. It supports writing for web, Linux, Mac, Windows, and Android. Example, UI heading, UI horizontal, UI label, your name, UI text, single line. That might be useful. Let's try and dig up eGUI. So I have here. This was my test for. What was this? Go here. This was the stack, branching, and logic operations tests. I think I have this here. This kind of sorted, so we will pull up here. Error on failed request, bad drawable invalid base map, window prep. Oh, it's just complaining. Okay. CD. Home. Rust. Let's see. Hey, yeah, here they are. So we're gonna go cargo, new, crates. Crates test. There we go. Generated binary application crates test package. So now, if I go File, Open Folder, I should have a new one in there called Crates Test, which I do. Go to Source, we have Main, and it's got nothing else. Great. So now, we have a crate we want to bring in. Now the million-dollar question is, how do we bring it in? Don't need this anymore. Experiment introduction. I was looking at this too. It looks like Brown.edu. Is that Brown University? That's Brown.edu, right? Or is it Brown College? I'm not an American. I don't know about a United States academia. I know about Harvard, and that's about it. Yeah, so they have an interactive one where it's like you can go through and it gives you little quizzes. And I didn't know if that was going to be very entertaining or useful, so I have it up in case I want to go that way later. Let's see, even though the Hello Cargo project is simple, now uses much of the real tooling. Oh yeah, I already saw that. That does not tell me how to import one. I thought I had it up earlier. Ah, here we are. Okay, adding a dependency. Here we go. If your cargo.toml doesn't already have a dependencies section, add that, then list the crate name and version that you would like to use. This example adds a dependency of the time crate. Well, let's bring in the time crate as well. Why not? So if we go to source, Cargo.tomo. Dependencies. Let's use time equals now, it would be nice if it did an auto search for me, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to open an external website. I'll just go look up that before we get started. So the latest is 0.3.36. And paste. Oh, they copied the whole line. 0.3.36. Okay, and then I also wanted eGUI, which is at where did 0.28.1. Well, let's add that. And we're gonna save. Now, let me double check before I just hit go. Something here doesn't add up. Because yes, I've added the crate now. Oh, and they have a regex crate too. I don't need regex for what I'm doing, but rerun cargo build, and cargo will fetch the new dependencies and all of their dependencies. Compile them all and update the cargo log. Fetching metadata. Okay, cargo build. Is it cargo build it said to do? Yeah, rerun cargo build. Waiting for file lock on package cache. Oh, there we go. Error. eColor cannot be built because it requires Rust compiler 1.76 or newer, while currently active is 1.69 nightly. Well, that's odd. I thought I was on the newest. Actually did a full system update before we started. Now, I also think that I pulled from my package manager and not from Rust, Rust directly, but I don't know, my memory's not so great. Rust. Rust Analyzer. Rust Up. Yeah, so I have Rust Up, and Rust Up is 1.27. Oh, maybe I have to call Rust Up. Watch as I break everything. Now, I wonder what happens. Like, let's say I have to update the compiler to something new. Like, I don't know, a dependency needs it. Like, a dependency needs a new compiler. And, the standards change for how you write Rust. Do I have to force what I wrote up, or can I make it drop to an older standard? I know, like, with C, you did have options to change, like, how it parsed your source. Or maybe I'm just going crazy, but I could have sworn that was something you could do with other compilers. I wonder if Rust lets you do something like that. Because now I'm thinking, if I was to write something, and yeah, I compile it, and there it is, there's the bytecode, you're fine. You can just pass that around if it doesn't rely on too many things outside of, itself. It should, hypothetically, just keep being runnable. But if I, say, had to compile again and the compiler changed, what am I gonna have to do to my source to make it run again? What things do they like to change? Okay, anyway, let's do cargo build again. Oh! I didn't even catch this part of the output. Either upgrade Rust C to 1.7.6 or newer, or use cargo update -p precise version, where version is the latest version of emath that can support this compiler. Wait, but I updated Rust C, so... Rust C version. Why is it stuck at 169 nightly? Let's pull up the package manager and look again. Do I accidentally have a hard set? No, I don't have a hard set dependency. Or I didn't install it directly from the package manager. Let's take a look then. We're already getting into the weeds. 1.7.9. When was Rust 7.9? 3 months? No, 2 months ago. No, 3 months ago. Rust up update stable. Okay. Self-update is disabled for this build of Rust Up. Any updates to Rust Up will need to be fetched from your system package manager. Right. Let me see something here. Something doesn't add up. Let's search for... Why would I not be able to fetch 1.79? Or rather, why is Rust C at 1.69 when after I called an update? Is it an option in here, perhaps? Because I generated... Okay, so I generated this before I did the update. I'm wondering if maybe that's what it is. Let's see. something to... I'm sure somebody's just screaming at the screen about what's going on here, and it's just not clicking for me. That's fine. You know, I don't really need to know that to continue. I can probably troubleshoot that at a later time. But really, just for the sake of, learning, I can just use whatever version supports this compiler, so we'll do this. Where ver is the latest version of eColor supporting Rust-C. Oh, it's not automatic. Okay. That's fine. So let's see. Which one does eGUI support? Let's see. Is there previous versions here? Previous version. If there's a previous versions, that would be useful. If not, I can always just try using another... I can always just use another add-in. It'd be a damn shame, because this seems like it ticks all the boxes I need for... Well, one, learning, and two, for long-term goals. But I don't see where it mentions previous versions. Maybe I missed it. 46 versions. Here we are. Ugh, this is not looking so good. 176, 172, 172, 161, 160. Wow, that's pretty far behind. But I need 160, right? Oh, I'm at 169. Okay, well that makes it a little bit better. 165. We'll do that one. Well, I'm learning quite a bit here. That's not right. Control Z. 0.22.0. Yes. That must be a typo there. Equals, and then there's an equals in there as well. I don't think that's correct, but we'll see. So now if I do cargo build... Oh no, wait, it was a dependency that needed that. Actually, no, if I drop this down as well, it should be fine. Do not compile a hash. Use of unstable library feature, build hash or simple hash 1. See issue 1861 for more information. Copy. Alright, let's see what this says. Feature gate. For hash 1 method of build hasher, it's a convenience method to make it easier to get the hash value, such as implementing hash table. This API is unexpectedly useful for performance. Okay. Useful helper function that makes it easier for code to work. Okay, so I'm not needing a hash, but one of the libraries does. Final comment period with the disposition merge. The review above is now complete. I'd like to ask the author for their work and everyone else who contributed. This will be merged soon. The latest release of ahash uses build hasher sample hash 1, which was stabilized in 171, but the latest Rust C version from Solana Tools is 1680. You can fix it by adding ahash 084. Wow, I'm already falling into dependency hell. So maybe I do need to fix the compiler thing right now. Help. Add Gabang feature build hasher simple hash 1 to create attributes to enable. Oh, sorry, to the crate attributes to enable. Oh, okay. What is crate attributes? Alright. Do I just slap that in? Crate attribute. Rust crate attributes. There's a crate attribute, and how do I add it? Crate attribute is an attribute that applies to the enclosing content. This attribute must be added to the top of your crate root, thus the context of the crate itself. Right, okay. Or when they say crate root... Yeah, to the top of crate root, but what is crate... Crate root? lib.rs is the crate root and contains the source code of the library package. Oh, so it sounds like that's not something I can add. That's something that the person who wrote the crate has to add. Okay, so that's a showstopper. Actually, you know what I might do? I'm going to close the folder. And we're going to, now that we rebuilt that whole Rust chain, we'll see if update stable. We're gonna do this. Crates test. rm-r. Maybe it was because I built it before I updated. Let's try this. Cargo build. Well, cargo new. Crates test. Open the folder. Uh-oh. That's not good. I just got focus stolen here. Let's go. Oh, crap. Did I get my focus back? No, I did not get my focus back. That's not good. Hang on. How am I going to get out of this? I have a conflict in my window focus here. Not good. Let's try that. There we go. Do I have it back? Yes, I do. Alright. Open folder. Let's try that again. Nope. We're gonna close this out and start it up again. Root. Why is that in red now? What happened here? Move goals. And I've lost my focus again. We'll have to call it from here, won't we? Because I've placed all of this in an X11 container, what's happening is I'm getting this conflict in focus where it's like the nested window is trying to take focus, but a pop-up that it depends on in another instance of X is waiting on input, and, you know, the program won't continue until that input is finished. Let me see here. Oh, my whole focus is... Uh-oh. Control-Shift. There we go, that's better. Now we should be fine. Yeah, we're good now. Da-da-da-da. Where is my Rust project? Rust, there we are. Let's try the crates test now. If we go cargo.toml, we're gonna add the example they used was time, so we're gonna add the latest version of time, which I had a moment ago. Nope. We're gonna add that. Then we're going to add that one. Terminal. No, it's still stuck on 169 nightly. see this here. Am I maybe juggling two versions? Active toolchain, nightly, and nightly. User bin Rust C, so there isn't an optional one. So what else could be doing that? So I think I have to get that sorted before I can really continue much. PQ. Well, let's just give that a reinstall. Why not? Maybe it's just being picky and I gotta reinstall. You know what? Let's just pop it out and put it back in. What's the worst that can happen? Rust up. Update. Yeah, Rust C 1.81. Rust C version 1.69 nightly. What am I missing here? You know what? Maybe we'll just, we'll look at the eGUI later. Cargo build. Okay, so that worked. Let's fetch what time it is. Rust C info.json. Does that say the compiler? Rust C info.json. Actually, why am I doing it outside of this? I need to do it in here. So everyone knows what I'm doing. Let's see. Let's copy the name. Alright, let's see, info.json. What does that actually do? Hey, let's see. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but we'll see here. Doesn't help anymore. Alright, probably know what's going on. You should open a complete project. Recognizes cargo.pommel. Okay. Not too terribly helpful. But I'm wondering if maybe it's an option in here that I have to specify what version of the compiler I'm using. Let's see. VS Code. It's odd that it says, like, if we look at the previous command here, it says it updated it to 181. So if it updated to 181, why is it when I call it again, it's 169? It's not defined in here. Gotta be either defined like something you have to switch, maybe in the Rust. In Rust up, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if there's a function in the Rust toolchain for juggling multiple compilers. Let's look. Okay, Rust C version, that worked. You should see the version number, commit hash, and commit date for the latest stable that's been released in the following format. Yep. To uninstall Rust and Rust up, run the following uninstall script. Okay. Once Rust is installed via Rust up, updating to a newly released version is easy. Yeah, I did that. Alright, maybe we pop it out and put it back in. Did Rust up uninstall? Oh, self uninstall. Let's try Rust C uninstall. Nope, self. Okay, we have to do self. Self uninstall is disabled. Okay. Pop those out and put them back in. And that didn't work. You know what? I'm wasting time. Let's just continue on. We have time. We have the time crate, so we can just continue development. Like, continue learning with that. So, we've added time. Our cargo log contains the exact information about which revision of all the dependencies were used. Now, if regex gets updated, we will still build with the same version until we choose cargo update. We can now use regex library in main.rs. Okay, well, let's... I want to see what's in time, so let's see here. They say... Cargo build. Oh, because they specify time up here. Okay, also want to add an extra dependency on the regex crate. Okay, so in this example they want both time and regex, so let's do that. Regex. Updated a month ago. What is this complaining about? Cargo check failed from start. Cargo watcher failed. Command produced no valid metadata. Error to keep going. Flag is unstable. Okay. So it's more of a warning. It's not a fault. Okay. Now here's our main.rs. So let's see what they want here. And cargo will fetch the dependencies and all of their dependencies, compile them all, and update the cargo.log. Okay. Our cargo log contains the exact information about which revision of all these dependencies were used. Now, if regex gets updated, we will still build with the same version until we choose cargo update. So it's useful that previous revisions are kept. That I like. However, I'm curious if a person who builds a crate can erase their previous revisions. Because that's... or say, previous versions, I should say. Because if they can, then I wonder what a person needs to do to, you know, work around that. Other than, you know, rebuilding on a newer version. But I don't know how I feel about a person having the ability to do that if they can. So let's see. You can now use the regex library in main.rs. Okay, well, in this example, they have us pulling time and regex, but they are only calling regex here. So I wonder... use... regex. Use... time. Alright, let's see what's under time. Time. Dot. I wonder if there's another way to inspect, like, what's in the time library. In this example, they're just... oh, right, it's regex : : that references a library, doesn't it? : . Here we go. Date. Great. Ah, I didn't get to see. Duration. Span of time with nanosecond precision. Unified error type. Instant. Measure of a monotonically non-decreasing clock, opaque and useful only with duration. Offset date and time. Primitive date time. Result time. Clock time within a given date. Alright. Dot. I'm wanting to see if time gives me the current time. Extension traits, various error types returned. Actually, let's do this. Let's see what happens with this. Print line. Let's see what this does. I think it's just gonna blow up. We'll use LLDB. Gonna generate a new launch configuration. Do you like to generate launch configurations for its targets? Yes. There. So now... what's it gonna complain? Use regex. One warning emitted. Use struct literal syntax instead. Okay, so that... right, that's not a function, is it? I was hoping to get what the current time is. Let's see what example they want. Let RE equals regex new. Just a regular expression. Print line, did our date match? It'd be nice if they explained what they're trying to accomplish with did our date match. Did our date match what? What is... what is blowing out my eardrums right now? Hang on. What is so goddamn loud right now? I just heard a Toyota advertisement and I have no reason for that to be up right now. What the hell just happened? What is... hang on, I gotta find that. Where is it? Hang on, I gotta find that. It is blowing out my eardrums. There we go. That was annoying as hell. I had a background tab in a window that wasn't focused, and YouTube just started playing on it. God, that drove me nuts. Sorry. Alright. Let's put everything back together. Alright. So let's see. In this case, they're wanting to use regex. And they're calling the regex library because you can make a regular expression in it. And it's like an entire object. Not an object. It's like a class. But I don't understand why they had time included in there, unless maybe it was the previous page that they added? Huh. No. So why did they have us include time? Because like, if the... it doesn't seem like time would be used in here. It's not in the example here, so it's certainly not trying to compare to an opt, like a a class that's of the type time. This looks to be just a plain old string. What this is doing is, yeah, just a regular expression for the format of a time. And then just this hard-coded. Yeah, so this should just up and run. So if we do a copy-paste, you know what? The hell with it. We'll just do a copy-paste, see what happens. It should... Did I do this wrong? Yeah, I think I did that wrong. How about this? We'll go time dot, or is it colon, date, duration, error, instant. One is guaranteed to be no less than any previously measured instant. Right, but what is instant measured in? Result? Time. The clock time. Okay. Dot. String. No, I'm just screwing around now. Let's see the result and then take it from there. Go to terminal. Did our date match true? So now if I went and added a 0, now it's no longer a valid output. Yeah, so now it doesn't match the structure of a date. Regex equals new. Okay. That makes sense, I suppose. But now I want to see what's in it. I wonder if it's been precompiled or not. I kind of want to poke around in it. Okay, so rlib. Was rlib a compiled library then? Let's see. I've got a feeling it's a compiled. Specific to Rust and is a format is unspecified, is the respective platform static library format with some additional metadata. So it is not the source, it's the compiled library, isn't it? Yeah. In that case, I mean, well there, now I know how to import a crate. So I guess that part of our goal is done. How to get libraries? Done. Leverage a third-party library. Technically, we did that. And, we now know how to properly add a library. Like, one that's not, like, included automatically, like, that Rust.io, sorry, Rust:/IO that we did earlier. What is D? Not D. Not RS. Criminal? So, oh wait, those are debug. We don't need that. We need target. Oh, where are the other crates that we added? Oh well, I won't worry about that right now. So the next thing in our goals is... Right, I was going to make a note that crates.io is the default repository for publicly usable libraries. And it also includes what the license type is for it, which is quite useful. So let us make a note here. There. So, making a function and leveraging a function. So let's make a new place here. We're gonna close this folder. Cargo. New. Function test. We'll open the project folder. Function test. So now, let's see what it takes in Rust to make a function that I can just call upon when I need it. Now, what's a good function I could do? Let me think. Let me think. As I pop a little candy in my mouth. Let's see. Well, probably the easiest thing is to just mess with integers. So let's go. Actually, we'll add a while loop. Actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's define some variables first. Could I maybe... Let's make an integer. Let root I 64. That doesn't look right. I'm forgetting something. Let mute... oh, right. And they like the format of your variable names to be lowercase. What do they call this? Snake case? Expecting a semicolon. Yes. So that's me defining the type. It's a 64-bit integer. Let mute. Let's do a string. S. Scratch. String. Colon, new. That, I think, should do it. Okay. So we have an integer to play with, and we have a string to play with. So what do we want to do to play with them? We'll set up the debugger. Let's see if it complains. It should complain, because I probably goofed something up here. Wait, some status bar options in CMake tools have now moved to the project status view in the CMake tools sidebar. You can customize your view with the CMake options property. Configures how the extension displays options in the status bar. These settings may be overwritten by more specific CMake I guess we'll make it visible. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Back out of that. Okay, so that's correct. Alright. So what's it complaining about here? If there were a trait named example with the associated string type new implement for string, would you use... So I'm trying to define a new one. Unless I'm doing that wrong. Something tells me I've got that wrong. Let's look at a previous example. There's a previous example. This is why I have all these, like, really small, useless little programs. Why I'm just building them and then abandoning them. It helps with figuring out these syntax things while I'm still learning. That's correct. Yeah, let mute equals... Oh, equals. Right. I don't need to define its type here. I just say that it's a new type of that string. There we go. Now it should complain, because that's uppercase, and it's case sensitive. Okay, so now it should complain that I made a bunch of variables and didn't use them. Yeah, unused. Variable doesn't need to be mutable because I didn't use it anywhere. Unused variable s scratch. Okay. So there's us defining our variables. So the two functions I want to do is I want a while loop with two functions in it. So let's do this. I should do... Oh, wait, no. Function. We're going to call this one... int shift. And it takes an I64 called I. Let's see if that works. I'm trying to do this a little bit from memory, but I bet you that's the wrong way to define it. Ah. Right. Colon defines the type. So it should be IMS colon I64. So you have to give it... You call int shift, you have to call it with an int64 in here as an argument. Let's see if that works. Okay, well, it compiled, but it complained. Which, it complained because I defined them, but I didn't use them. Good. FN. we're going to call this one string shift. I don't think this is how you're supposed to name your functions, but there is in the manual, it does say what the naming convention's supposed to be, so maybe we should look at that. Rust naming conventions. Functions. Types, traits, enums, functions, snake case. So a function should be lowercase with underscores. And because I'm weird, I always like putting at the start what it is. So I for int, S for string, Fn for function. So if I'm stepping into it blind, I have a little bit of clues as to what I did. Alright. What I think I want to do is I want to make a while loop. While I want to call function int shift I scratch and function string shift so now this loop calls two functions. Why did it complain? This while condition successfully parsed. Did I typo something? Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. Oh, wow, true. Right, this is something I ran into earlier. It doesn't let me just pass it down. It wants me to, like, make a copy of it or something? So this is why it's important to have, like, do these little baby steps. There's some unique quirks to Rust. Because normally I could just pass this in, like other languages I've done, you can just toss this in here as an argument, and the compiler handles it for you. So I could alter this value from this function. But I guess in this case what they want you to do, it's almost like what they want you to do is give it a copy and then take the result back and then alter it up in the main function, perhaps? Is that what they're trying to do here? Like, I'm trying to figure out what the rationale is. Why would the string not need to be mutable? I mean, what does it say here for... Actually, I should give these predefined values, because I'm not going to declare them before running it. We're going to give it 1. Actually, we're going to make this 128 because I feel like it. equals this is a not so long string. So what I want to do in each of these functions is I want to bit shift this to the right until it's about to overflow and then loop it back to the start. And then for the string, since it's an array, I want to take the first character and shift it into the back. Because that's something where it's extensive enough that it would be a pain in the ass to write, and you would want to make it a function so you wouldn't have to do it again. So how would I check? How would I make an integer roll? How would I do it? Okay, so let's see where it complains again, just to make sure I have it right. Oh, while true, help, use a loop. Okay, so there is a... Okay. What is spin loop? We'll go print line. I scratch. Nope, print line. Then its content is I scratch. And then we'll go here and we're going to go print line. Bang. This. This. S. Scratch. Boop. Yes. I'm sure there's a very graceful way to do it, but I feel like doing this in a very jocular way. I can jock code this. I can do something like check the most significant bit, and if it's on, then we're at the last most significant bit. Then just clear it and put it on, like, toggle the bit at the least significant bit. Like, toggle the least significant bit if the most significant bit is on right now. Else, shift left. That's a quick and dirty way of looping. But I'm sure there's an option in here for shifting left and shifting right in a ring. I'm sure there's something like that. Rest, shift, left, ring. Alright, let's see. Actually, no, I'm taking a bit too long. Maybe I'll just do that. Now, how would I want to check if the most significant bit is on? What's a good way for me to do that? I'm going to start this by saying bad, bad, no good code ahead. See, now I feel better because I've now explicitly said that the code is bad. Well, let's see. 2 to the power of 128. I could check for that. I could just check if it's that value because I'm starting with 1, so I only have 1 bit on. What are some good ways to check what bits are enabled on a 128-bit value? You could I could do an exclusive OR, and if it's 0, I could do an exclusive OR to the most significant bit, and if it's 0, then that bit was on. And if not, if it's greater than 0. Yeah, if I exclusive OR the most significant bit, and it's not 0, I'm not at the end. But if I am, then it will show as 0. So I could do if now how would I describe that in this? Maybe I shouldn't do 128. I should do 16. Because then I can do if I mess. Okay, how do you define exclusive OR? Right, where in the manual was that? It's the caret. Okay, so if I mess exclusive ORed 6 let's see. Let's pull up the edit mode. Actually, what am I doing? Let's go with, let's switch the mode to this, and we're gonna go binary. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, no, I got this the wrong way. Decimal. Six, 5, 5, 3, 5. So that's all bits on. God, I am blanking super hard right now. I should know this. $32,768. Equals 0. I mess equals 0. do that. No, wait, IMS equals 1. Because we're shifting it. That's our way of shifting back without causing the overflow. And since we only have 1 bit in this, like, 16-bit register kind of acting as a carousel, that should do a little bit of a... That should, like, make a marquee almost. Else... I mess. That right? Well, it'll complain to me if it's not. Because that is shift left equals, and that in the manual is allowed. Shift right and assignment. Bar to expression. Oh, shift right assign. Okay, so that's not how that works. Okay, well. IMS equals IMS 1. So now for a string... Actually, let's see this again. See if I've probably done something... Nope, you might have meant to compare for equality. Expected bool found... Oh, right. That is correct. I was supposed to... Let's see. So it stripped some of the brackets away. Now I just do that because I find that easier to read. So it's nice that it strips that out instead of trying to parse it. Smash type. But string scratch. Why did that happen? Did I do that? Oh no, it did that. Double click to insert. Wait, why did that happen? The type string. Expected string found and str. Value of literal, this is a not so long string. Maybe there's something about strings I don't understand. Let's see if I can pull that up. Something here makes no sense. Because when you... In the documentation, it did say that a string is an array. So putting in a string, I would have thought it would, like, treat it as an array once it was loaded in. Maybe I'm misunderstanding there. Slices let you reference a contiguous sequence of elements in a collection rather than the whole collection. Slice is a kind of reference, so it does not have ownership. Here's a small programming problem. Write a function that takes a string of words separated by spaces and returns the first word it finds, and that's string. If the function doesn't find a space in the string, the whole string must be a word, so the entire string would be returned. Okay. Okay, first word function has a string parameter. We don't ownership. Fine. I have a way to talk about port of a string. However, we should return the index at this end of the word. Let's see. What is it getting at here? Because the enumerate method returns a tuple. Okay, we'll discuss iterations more in chapter 13. For now, iter is a method that returns each element in a collection, and that enumerate wraps the result of iter and returns each element as part of a tuple instead. The first element of the tuple returned from enumerate is the index, and the second element is a reference to the element. This is a bit more convenient than calculating the index ourselves. What the hell? As the enumerate function returns a tuple, we can use patterns to destructure that tuple. We'll be using patterns more in chapter 6. In the for loop, we specify a pattern that has I for the index tuple and the item in a single byte in the tuple, because we get a reference to the element from item. Okay. Find out the index of the first word. The string is the problem. We're returning a U size on its own. String from. But what is it getting at here is what I'm not sure I understand. A string slice is a reference to part of the string. Right, because string is an array, so you don't want to send the whole array, you just want to send that address. I get that. But what I don't understand is how it wants us to put this in. They're using string from and then a string. Converts to this type from the input type. So is this how they want us to convert from an actual string to the string type of an array of characters? Oh, sorry, U8 vector. A vector of U8, which is, I guess, their form of an array. Let's see what happens. Did it complain about the string? Okay. So it's complaining about unused brackets. That's good. It didn't complain about me defining this, so that's good. Okay. Yep. Warning, value assigned to IMS is never read. Maybe it's being overwritten before being read. Okay. Okay. So it's complaining about... Well, yeah, it's complaining because things aren't done yet. And some of it is I still don't know better. Help, if this is intentional, prefix it with an underscore. Unused variable SMS. Yeah, it's not worked on yet. So I want to basically overwrite the value and return that. Oh, you know what I can do? I want to return this result. Oh, is it going to complain about that? that takes a... What is this? A return marks the end of an execution path of a function. Oh, do I have to do this to say that I'm outputting? Is that what it's complaining about? Let's look at the functions. I want a function that returns a thing. How do they want me to do it? They want variable colon type, okay? Now if I wanted to spit something back out, what do they say I should do? Functions with return values. Functions can return values to code that calls them. We don't name return values, but we must declare their type after an arrow. Okay, in Rust, the return value of the function is synonymous with the value of the final expression in the block of the body of a function. You can return early from a function by using the return keyword and specifying a value, but most functions return the last expression implicitly. Here's an example of a function that returns a value, okay? Okay, let x equal 5. That's interesting. You can just do that? Okay. So that means ooh, so that means I can do this. I scratch equals function shift passing in I scratch. Yeah. So I scratch equals the result of int shift, which is going to just loop this around in a marquee if I did this right, which I probably didn't. But let's see what it complains about now. Ah, return. One. Alright, what is it going to complain about now? Okay, that's a warning. Okay. Okay, well, if it's going to whine, maybe I will take those out. I don't like it, but if it likes it, then fine. Okay, fine. Fine. If I gotta learn Rust, I gotta learn it its way. That's the whole point of this. Okay. Okay, so it's complaining that doesn't need to be mutable. That's fine. That's a warning. Error. Use of moved value. Okay. Move occurs because scratch has type string, which does not implement the copy trait. Okay. Value moved here. Consider changing this parameter type in function to borrow instead of owning the value. Wait, what does that say? Consider changing this parameter type in function string shift to borrow instead of owning the value. Isn't necessary. Instead of owning the value isn't necessary. I don't get what it was trying to say there. Maybe I'm just not reading that right. Brain's getting a little pudding. Alright, this parameter takes ownership of the value. Okay. Consider cloning the value if the performance cost is acceptable. You know what? Why not? Function strings of s scratch dot clone, because what I want is a new I want a new copy of it anyway with the first letter shifted or like moved to the back to be the last letter. So in this example, I think that's okay. Probably not the greatest thing to do. Now I get to mess with an array. So if it's a vec, the vec you can pop and then, oh, but you can't push to the back. Right, only that vec d QUE or vectq or whatever they call it. Only that one can be popped from the back. What's another way we can deal with that? I mean, frankly, a really terrible way of doing it is to treat it like a oh, you know what? What will it take to convert a string, which is a vector of U8 into a vecdq, or whatever they pronounce it as, of U8s? Because then I can pop from the front and push to the back and then return that. Data types. An integer type, okay. Number literals. Integer, oh, this might be useful. Let's say you have a variable type U8 that can hold values between 0 and 255. Oh, maybe I should do that, actually. I forgot. U16 and U16. That'll make it a little bit easier on me. So that's an unsigned integer. Oh, where did that focus? Oh, come on. And there we go. I completely forgot about that. I is a signed integer, not an unsigned integer. So if I want to make that readable for myself, I should make those U. Okay. Happen almost with the wrapping method. Oh. If you try to change the value to a variable, if you want to change the variable to a value outside the range, integer overflow will occur, which can result in one of two behaviors. When you're compiling in debug mode, Rust includes checks for integer overflow that cause your program to panic at runtime. If this behavior occurs, Rust uses the term panicking when a program exits with an error. Okay. When you're compiling in release mode, Rust does not include checks for integer overflow that cause panics. Instead, if overflow occurs, Rust performs 2's complement wrapping. In short, values greater than the maximum value the type can hold wrap around to the minimum of the values the type can hold. In the case of a U8, the value 256 becomes 0 and 257 becomes 1. The program won't panic, but the variable will have a value that probably isn't what you're expecting. Relying on integers overflow wrapping behavior is considered an error. Okay. Relying on integer overflow wrapping is considered an error. So if you want to do that rolling, you have to do it on purpose without actually doing it. So does that mean I'm actually doing this here is... That's how I think it should be done. That's probably not the correct way of doing it. To explicitly handle the possibility of overflow, you can use these families of methods provided by the standard library for primitive numeric types. Wrap in all modes with the wrapping star method, such as wrapping add. Return the none value if there is overflow with the checked star methods. Return the value of a boolean indicating whether there is an overflow with overflowing methods. Saturate at the value's minimum or maximum with the saturating methods. So does that mean there's a wrapping shift left? There's a wrapping add, a wrapping multiply, and a wrapping subtract. Operations like plus on U32 are intended to never overflow, and in some debug configurations, overflow is detected and results in a panic. While most arithmetic fails in this category, some code explicitly expects and relies upon modular arithmetic. We achieve either through methods like wrapping add or through wrapping t variable, which says that all standard arithmetic operations of the underlying values are intended to have wrapping. So if I go wrapping 0. Oh, I see what it's saying. So when I define the variable, I can put it in this wrapping, and that will explicitly say that if it rolls over, that's expected behavior. Okay, well that's all good and well, but that still doesn't give me the ring buffer behavior I was kinda hoping for, to do that little marquee thing felt like doing for fun. Okay. Now let's go back to looking at the string. Let's see what I can do with back. The array type. Another way to have a collection of multiple values is in an array. Unlike a tuple, every element of an array must have the same type. Unlike arrays in some other languages, arrays in Rust have a fixed length. Okay, we write the values in an array. Okay, well I don't need an array. How about a vector? Storing lists of values in vectors. Alright, creating a new vector. Storing lists of values with vectors. Okay, so can vectors have their contents rearranged? Because I could just shuffle it that way. Updating a vector. To create a vector and then add elements to it, we can use push. Okay. Using push method to add values to a vector. Reading elements of vectors. There are two ways to reference a value stored in a vector, via indexing or by using the get method. Following examples, we've annotated the types of values that are returned from these functions. Listing 8.4 shows both methods accessing a value in a vector, with indexing syntax and the get method. Okay. Let third. Okay, so slice. So the ampersand means slice I32. So it's saying that these are 32-bit signed integers, I guess, equals the entry 2, which would be 0, 1, 2, 3. Wait, no, 2. So 1, 2, 0, first, second, so that would be 3. The third element is third, okay. Let third option equals vget2. Oh yeah, and then earlier it was saying if you use a bad index, it'll error out. But if you use get, and there isn't one, you have a way to back out. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's some other information here we can get. Iterating other values in a vector. To access each element in a vector in turn, we would iterate through all the elements rather than use indices to access one at a time. Listing 8.7 shows how to use a for loop to get immutable references to each element in a vector and print them. For I in dollar, sorry, not dollar, ampersand V. So this is something I'm gonna have to get used to. This ampersand V. You can't just throw the vector, the list of vectors. Yeah, in a vector. You can't just throw the vector at it. You have to give it some, like, special handle. We can also iterate over mutable references to each element in a mutable vector in order to make changes to all the elements. Okay. So that's useful. To change the value that the mutable reference refers to, we have to use the star dereference operator to get the value in I before we can use the plus equals operator. Okay. Well, let's give that a shot. So we have a string. So let's see what it's complaining about here. So we said to give it a clone because we want to give... We don't want to... If we're going to be, you know, shuffling this to the back, then I don't think with this structure we can't pop from the front and push to the back. It's the that vec-deq is what it's called. Now I can't pull it up. Let me search. Vec-deq. Yeah, vec-deq. vec-deq? vec-deq? I don't know. What does a guy have to do to convert a vec-deq to a vec-deq? Because that would be pretty efficient. To convert from one to the other, pop from the front, push in the back, and then convert it back to a vector and return that. Maybe that would be faster to do, but I don't know what steps that would involve. On first blush, that sounds like the easiest thing to me. Well, let's see, what would a fella do? Can you easily convert from vec to vec-dq? Oh, here's a guy from Stack Overflow. How do I create a vec-deck from a vector? Let's see, so he's... oh, get out of here. I'm trying to quickly create a vec-dq using the from. Okay. Getting complaints on compiler. Turn a vec into a vec-dq. This avoids reallocating where possible, but the conditions for that are strict and subject to change, so it won't be relied upon unless vec came from vec-dq hasn't been reallocated. No fooling. Well, that makes things easier for myself. So that means, well, in that case... we don't even need to give it a clone. We could give it a... No, we would need to give it a clone. We need to give it a copy of what we have. Not a reference. Then the slice... Wasn't it the slice gives only, like, access to an element of it? Not the whole thing? I'm reaching that point now where I'm going to be in perpetual confusion. Right, so we'll give it a copy. And then we're going to go... S. Oh no. V-E-C-D. No, V. We'll call it VDQ. Underscore mess equals, and then what was the example the guy gave? He said you use you can just define it, and then we use from. From is something I've seen used before. What is the from function actually doing? Is it like a parser, or oh, let's see. Let VDQ mass equal type VEC U8. There's no string option, is there? No, that wouldn't be... A string is a vector of unsigned 8-bit integers. So that would accidentally make a nested vec. I don't want a vec deck of vecs. That sounds like a mess. So we're gonna go U8 equals S mess. No, wait. Vec deck colon from converts to this type from the input type. Okay, so it is a function for just parsing and converting. S mess. Then I'm gonna need to... This is kind of icky, because I'm going to be making a variable and then tearing it down every iteration of this loop. I don't like that. We're going to go let... So I gotta hold... Oh. Let U8 shuffle. Let U shuffle U8 equal BDQ s dot top front BDQ mess dot push back to shuffle. Let's see what happens. Turn. Oh, I forgot to give it a return. This probably won't work, but there's a reason that we're stumbling through. Return. Back from EQ mess. This compiler is going to be so mad at me. Something tells me, like, I'm probably worrying too much, but sometimes I think to myself, is a head developer of Rust gonna just kill me in my sleep for what I write? Okay, let's see what it's complaining about. There's probably a lot here. Oh, I probably don't need to explicitly say what's in here. Yeah, I probably don't need to say what's in here. Option U8. What is option U8? Or option. The option type. See module level documentation for more information. 75 implementations. What's an implementation? I don't know. Is that maybe like the C# equivalent of an overload? An implementation? Implementation. Oh, that's searching in VecDeck. That's what's going on. Oh, okay. It's trying to search in the structure. There's such a thing as an overload? Overload arbitrary operation. You can overload the operation. Overloadable. If an operator is overloadable, the relevant trait used to overload that operator is listed in table V1. Okay. Implementation. The reason that the syntax for overriding a default implementation is the same as the syntax for implementing a trait method. It doesn't have a default implementation. Okay. Sorry. The trait from string is not implemented for deck. Deck. Okay, so I thought I could be really clever about it, but apparently I can't. Or Or maybe it's because I explicitly said what type it is that it's grumping. Let's see what it does. Okay, let medicated mass back deck from... The trait from string is not implemented for deck. Required by a bound introduced by this call. Okay, so it's not just as simple as feeding in a feeding it a string. That's strange. It says here a string is just a vector of U8s. I would have thought that would work, but maybe, let's see, what else have we got in here? We have our collection. Sequences, vectec, linked list, hash map, B-tree map, binary heap. Modules, standard string, UTF-8 encoded global string. I can convert bools, chars. What is STR? Primitive type STR, string slice. The STR type, also called a string slice, is the most primitive string type. It is usually seen in its borrowed form. It is also the type string literals. String literals are string slices. Here we have declared a string slice initialized with a string literal. String literals have a static lifetime, which means the string hello world is guaranteed to be valid for a duration of the entire program. We can explicitly specify hello world's lifetime. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Why don't I do this? Instead of converting it and then sending it back, let's just make it one up here. Because I'm just doing this to make a function that does something multiple times. Doesn't necessarily need to be a string up here. What would happen if we went, Will this work? What's it gonna give me? This should be a U8. Is that an error or a warning? Straight bound from string str not satisfied. The trait from string is not implemented for vecdeck. Okay, so I can't do that either. I think I'm overcomplicating this for myself, to be blunt. Okay, I'll keep that as a string. I want to leave that alone. What I want to do is give it a string, give a string back, and I do whatever I need to do down here. That's what I think is easiest. Let's see if somebody has converted. Convert a string to vec. Yeah, let's see if somebody's done that already. I'm sure somebody has. Just found an alternative way of converting string to vec is string into bytes. Well, that's odd, because it said that a string is a vector of U8s. So why would I need to convert to bytes? Never needs to reallocate, but needs to ON. Air collections, vecdeck, conversion between string. Alright, let's see. This guy has some example code. Let's see what he's done. What is that hissing? Alright, so let's see what this guy's example is here. So he has a vector of char. Okay, maybe I fundamentally misunderstand something, but this says it's U8. So his char is U8. So is it that char has something else? The string. Okay, string of string. S. Okay, S. Dot iter. Dot collect. What are these functions? Collect a string. Okay, then to str. So a string literal. Map is U8. Byte 1, vector U8. str1, iter. So iter is probably iteration. Just iter. Iterator. The heart and soul of this module is the iterator trait. The core of iterator looks like this. Okay. An iterator has method next, which when called returns an option calling next, returns some item as long as there are elements. Once they've all been exhausted, it will return none, indicating iteration is finished. Okay. So iteration just, so iter just goes through every element. So iter, the function iter would then turn into whatever the contents are, then collect. Example. You do not collect a result, but into a vec, hence all values are collected untouched. This is expected from vec. This is different from le. Where you collect a result, which does differ elements between, depending on whether an error is found or not. Comes from implementation AEV from iterator result. Okay. Well, let's go back to converting from a string from a string okay. So I can have a vec deck of char and just spit it back out, maybe. Let's do that. Maybe that was the problem. Unless vec deck doesn't have a char. Let's see. Let BEQ mess equals. Alright, let's see the example again. So in this case, they're doing. Yeah, so you define the variable, you say the type, so we want a vec deck char. Oh, this is the interesting one. Got chars. Select vec and then I don't know what the underscore means. Oh, this is a strange syntax here. Let's see what this says for chars. Can I get some information? Unknown. Right. S mess. Yep. Now let's see, chars. Returns an iterator over the chars of a string slice. As a string slice consists of a valid UTF-8, we can iterate through a string slice by char. This method returns such an iterator. It's important to remember that char represents a Unicode scalar value and might not match your idea of what a character is. Iteration over grapheme clusters may be what you actually want. This functionality is not provided by Rust standard library. Check crates.io instead. Okay, examples, basic usage. Let count word chars count. Okay, so chars is a function that returns, that has its own functions in it I can use, okay? Chars, y.chars, assert someone. Okay. So we can do BEQUE, BEQUE. It's gonna grump? It probably will. Okay. Well, it didn't complain about... Well, it didn't complain about up here. It didn't complain about passing the value down. Now, did it complain about Yeah, okay, so it did not complain about me making this VDQ mess. So now, I should be able to do this. Let C scratch. So I need a scratch, little scratch space. Equals VDQ mess dot pop front okay, and then VDQ mess dot push back C scratch pop front dot is it dot value? Because I think pop. Let me double check that for the vecq or vecdq. So you should have, so pop back, yeah, I'm sorry, pop is destructive, isn't it? When you call that, you lose what was there. There's push, where's pop though? Because when I think of it, I think your value equals, and then you call the function of pop, and then you lose what was there. Cancel. Oh, F. Let's just go pop front. Okay. Pop front at mute self option T removes the first element and returns it, or none of the DQ is empty or deq is empty. Yeah, so pop front, you don't give it anything. So this seems kosher to me. This is option. Do I have to convert it to char? No, it should be a char. Yeah, because a string is a... That still trips me up, though, because it says here string is a vector of U8s, but down here it's... I have to do chars, but... That means the option type. I don't think it's an option type. So now I convert it back. Return VDQ mess dot iter dot collect as type string. Will it like that? Syntax error, expected semicolon. No, it should be this. Actually, let's double check that example. So we want to convert to a string from a vector of, now let's see, string from, oh, it's string colon colon from, right, because string's got its own. It's got its own function for that, from. VDQ mix. Does it have the ability to do that? Extract into variable. Why did it do that? Why is it suggesting I extract into a variable before returning? I'm a bad little boy. I'm not going to do that. Alright, let's see what it complains about. Probably saying that I can't push an I bet you it's going to say that I can't push an option. Expected char found option char. Okay, yeah. Colon. Char. Something I'm not quite catching on to here about the vec deck. Let's check here again. Wonder if there's a quirk to vec deck with char I don't get. What is option char? Convert vec to string without doing allocations. Creates a mutable U8 slice and char. Deck. Let's see, if I pop and I get an option. Because yeah, that's strange, because it looked like I got an option out of it. That's what it was showing before. So it keeps trying to do this. When I have a vec deck. Yeah. I have a vec deck of char, I popped it from the front, and it's saying the structure is an option of a char. Maybe I go char from? There should be a from function for char, isn't there? Cannot mutate immutable variable. Alright. Right, because now I am actually modifying it. I am modifying its content, so I have to say it's mutable. Alright, let's see what it complains about now. Okay. Error. Trait bound char from option char is not satisfied. The trait from option char is not implemented for char. What am I not getting here? Something's probably stupidly simple. Return string from BDQ mess. The trait from vecdeck char is not implemented for a string. Okay, so it's not as simple as, like, oh, I could do this though. Dot char. dot collection. Right? Is that dot collect? Is there a dot collect under chars here? Dot. No, there isn't. And dot chars. Wait, is there an actual dot chars, or did I just force that? Okay. There's iterate. Dot. I can't do this straight, can I? I just did that. Now, the following other types implement trait from T. String as from string, string as from str. Now, a COW, colon ASTR, from char. At least it's not complaining up here anymore. Now it's just converting it back. That's one problem. Oh wait, no. I still need to do something about here as well. We got problems here and here. So converting from the string to the vectec was fine. But now trying to understand why when I pop that char, it's not coming out as a char, it's coming out as an option char. Option char. Why would I get one over the other? Very often I've obtained an option string from a calculation. I'd like to either use this value or a default hard-coded value. Maybe there's something I was about to say maybe there's something I don't understand, but there's a lot I don't understand. Type option represents an optional value. Every option is either some and contains a value, or none and does not. Option types are very common in Rust code, and they have a number of uses. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I just had a revelation, and I also need to... Oh, geez, we're at 3.5 hours. Let's do this. I need to refill my water. We'll just go on the standby for a minute, and everyone can get up and stretch and move around, and we can, I don't think I need a snack. I've got my... But I do need some more water. That's definitely something I need. So, don't go too far. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. So pardon the clacking you hear. That's me with a little hard candy in my mouth. It's been a very long time since I've had Jolly Ranchers. And there's something very unique about Jolly Ranchers, which is that despite them being a hard candy, if you apply enough force to them, they're pliable. Like, they're one of the only, they're like one of the only things I could describe as a stable fluid. Like, if you applied enough weight for enough time, you would completely flatten it without cracking it or shattering it. And like, yes, if you're really patient, you can like cut a Jolly Rancher in half with your teeth without like cracking it. Like, sometimes what I'll do is I'll wait till it's like really thin, and then I'll fold it over in my mouth because it's fun. Okay. So the revelation I had before I went to go top up my water and get some stretch up and move around a bit is this. It says here, an option requests an optional value. Every option is either some, which contains a value, or none and doesn't, which makes sense that when you tried to, like, when I tried to pop from the Vec deck, or Vec DQ, that it would return an option and not the value, because option tells you whether or not there was content there. So if I tried to pop from an empty stack, instead of giving me none, what it does is it tells me there's nothing there. So that's, I guess, Rust's way of preventing a null reference exception. Because I can see sharp, if I had a stack and I popped an empty stack, I'd get an error. Or if I popped an empty stack, I think if you pop an empty stack, I think you get an error in C#. Or if you pop a stack and the value in it was null, you'd get a null reference exception when you went to even look at it. So you would have to always check if the value is null before you even... There's a function built into the development, not to the development environment, but like one of your boilerplate functions is null, is null. And that lets you check if what you've just, like what you're looking at, or like what variable or what thing you just assigned to a variable is null or not before you even begin touching it. In this case, with Rust, when you pop from a stack, it'll let you pop, but whether or not there is content in it is determined by the option you're given. And if you're told that there is, then you can look inside it for what the value is. If it is not, then you can, I don't know, bail out or do something else. So that helps me immensely, because something tells me I then do this. VDQ messages pop front dot content contains returns true if the option is a sum value containing the given value. Okay, no, so how do I okay, so now I'm sure there's a function to extract what's in there. So I know it will always return contains because it's working in here. So how do I from X? So I pass it a variable? Is that what I do? Yeah, because you pop... Okay, so here's a good example. So if you pop from a stack and the stack is empty, it's going to show none. But if they pop from a stack that has content in it... Oh, this is weird. It's almost like I have to make another intermediary step here, which I didn't want to do. Ending the expression with question mark will result in the sum's unwrapped value, unless the result is none, in which case none is returned early. Well, that's useful. Well, in that case, I have to do this. So O scratch. So now I have to go sum X. Okay. So then I have to call sum and then sum. O scratch. BDQ mess, push back. No. Oh, this doesn't work. Dot. Let C scratch equals that doesn't work either. Because now it's an option of a char. I want the options content. That's what I want. What's the way I can do this cleanly? Because in their case, they want to do a match. But I don't need that. Some stack.pop. So I should be able to do this. Okay, so that doesn't work. I'm obviously missing something else here. Because the documentation, it showed that I knew... Similar to the result type, when writing code that calls many functions that return the option type, handling some none can be tedious. The question mark operator hides some of the boilerplate of propagating values up the call stack. Alright, let's do the... Let's do it their way. So sum p, and then that's where I define my variable. Let's try this. Sum O scratch wait, is that upper or lowercase? It's uppercase, okay. Let's copy and massage this. Something just isn't quite clicking yet. So we've popped O scratch. We have an option of a char. This is some of our boilerplate. Match optional. Alright. There we go. So we have a variable now, option. We're going to match the option, which then unpacks it. And sum is going to then go into VDQ S dot push back So we're going to make this C. Why is that a comma? Why is there a comma there instead of a semicolon? Does the match function have different syntax for that? I don't recall it having that. Oh, yes, it does. Which can be used like a C switch. The first matching arm is evaluated and all possible values must be covered. Okay, none, print line. So I want... If for some godforsaken reason it didn't, I think I wanted to print the line... I wanted to just spit out the phrase no char. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. So we're turning a string into a vec deck of char of characters. Then we're going to pop the front, which makes an option, not a char, because it might be null because we popped it, because we might have popped from an empty stack. Rust has a protection mechanism, so it tells you first whether or not there was content in there. And so then we have to look. We have to look at the option, and if there was something, then we can push it into the back. If there wasn't, then something's gone wrong, so I'm just going to say no char. Now, we're going to return a string converted from the vec deck. Now, this part's going to be a bit messy. And that's the only error we... No, that's not true. We've got another one somewhere. Okay. Now we've got to convert back from a vec deck of char to string. And it is not as easy as the first time, I don't think. Let's go vdqmess dot iter. It's not very helpful that it was writing over top of where I was typing. vdqmess, let's see, what do we have? Oh, we do have an iter. Okay. Dot, what do we have now? Try collect. Fallibly transforms an iterator into a collection, short-circuiting if a failure is encountered. What does it mean by short-circuiting? Try collect is a variation of collect that allows fallible conversions during collection. Its main use case is simplifying conversions from iterators yielding option T option into option collection T, or similarly for other try types. Importantly, try collect doesn't require that the outer try type also implements from iterator. Only the inner type produced on try output must be implemented correctly. This means, concretely, this means that collecting into control flow vec i32 is valid because vec i32 implements from iterator, even though control flow doesn't. Also, if a failure is encountered during try collect, the iterator is still valid and may continue to be used in which case it will continue iterating starting after the element that triggered the failure. Examples: successfully collecting an iterator of option I32 into option vec I32. Okay, let u vec sum1 sum2. Okay. Into iter. Try collect. Okay, so I should use try collect. Colon. String. Like that. Alright, what's it gonna complain? Alright, well, let's see what it does. I had a feeling it wasn't gonna work like that. The trait try is not implemented for a literal char. How much you want to bet somebody's done vec dq char this string? How much you want to bet somebody's done that before? Into iter. So what is into iter? Creates an iterator from a value. Try collect. Not gonna work? The trait try is not implemented for char, so that's getting there. Maybe we'll try an intermediary step. That might make it easier. Let mute. Sorry, no. Let out. BDQ mess dot. Alright. C. Just gonna save that for a minute. So that's a vec of U8. No, wait, no, I've encountered this before. It is not a vector of U8. Said that, but it's a vector of char, which is what this whole thing is about. How much you want to bet somebody's done a vec deck to string before? So I was able to convert one way pretty easily, so there should be a way to go back, especially if it's chars. BDQ mess dot Right, but it's not a... Chars is a function of being a string. So it should be... Yeah, and chars it says is an iterator. Runs an iterator over the chars of a string slice. So that means I have iter. Returns a front-to-back iterator. Collect. Transforms an iterator into a collection. Collect can take anything iterable and turn it into a relevant collection. Okay. Dot collect. Okay, so what do I get out when I do that? Okay, so it's complaining that I didn't return anything. Return S out. Alright, so is it going to complain now? Oopsie. Oops, I fixed it. I wasn't ready for that. So if I pause it, that is, yeah, it's doing it. Yep, it is now shifting the string by one character, like a ring buffer, and we got a marquee going here. Yeah, 32,768, and then it goes back to 1. There you go. That was like, what? 4 hours? 4 hours to write 40 lines? But no, this was a good exercise because I would not have expected... I didn't expect this behavior with the options. I've not seen that before. So it's good that I walked headfirst into that now, in a, you know, a contained environment. Now, granted, this probably is terrible code. Now, what I could also do is the header, not the headers. I was taught when I was going through my Polytechnic, one thing they taught me is if you're going to make like a library or a function, you should put a header in it that describes exactly what it's doing in case somebody walks in blind, because contrary to popular opinion, the old code is not always self-documenting. Any code is self-documenting if you understand, like, the language well enough, I suppose, but, you know, I'm sorry, my throat's drying out a bit. I've been trying to pull some sips of water at weird times. Let me try that again. I don't buy into self-documenting code. Like, if you write in a certain way that you understand, it would, you know, make sense to you, but not everyone is you. So putting in notes about what something does and why it does it at the start is useful. Like right at the top, saying, okay, it takes in this, spits out this, and it's supposed to do that. Is better than making some poor sod slog through what you wrote. That's my stance on it. But what do I know? Alright. So let's go back to goals. So I have made a function. I have leveraged a function. We did not get to reading from disk, writing to disk, or making a library. let's see, what else do we have here? A lot of this, yeah, on an IDE, we know how to make a project, we know how to compile something, we know how to execute it, we set up a debugger, we know how to define variables. I still don't understand fully when you should and shouldn't use a mute, because in things that I think are mutable, it said not to use it. So I don't know, I still don't know what it considers mutable. I think they use the term mutatable or mutated. I was just saying mutable, like you can edit it. But like for an example, like in this for the vec deck, it makes sense to put mutable because you're modifying its content. So I'm popping from the back and I'm pushing on the. I'm popping from the top and I'm pushing at the back, so it makes sense. But, like for example, in one of my previous projects, the one where you just took input from the user and just added two integers together, I was defining the variable, like I was defining the value when the person input what number they wanted. So why would that not be mutable? Like why would that? Yeah, because it said not to make that one mutable. So that part I still doesn't click for me. So that means what we have next, before I feel comfortable starting to plug away at things, is reading from disk, writing from disk, and making a library of things I frequently do. I do need to figure out that Rust C problem we had today. Which was, for some reason, the version of Rust compiler I had wouldn't budge. It was still brain pudding. For some reason, it still kept saying it was at like 1.69 or something. Rust C version. Yeah, 1.69 nightly. But when I go to update it, it said it was 1.81. But when I go where? Rust C. Oh no, not where. It was, God, I'm blanking so hard right now. It was... Is it maybe alternatives? But anyway, when I went to pull up how many instances of Rust C there were, it showed that there was only one in user bin. Actually, let me do something here. ls user bin type 2 grep. Actually, I should do it in some. Maybe something that's a little more readable. Terminal will be reused by task pressing and keep closing. Actually, no, the terminal's in use right now. So we're gonna go Rust C. Let's see if it's a symbolic link. Because maybe that's what it is. Rust C user bin rust up. I wonder if there's is there an option to change your active compiler version? Set the default tool chain. (2023-02-20). So from last year? Display which binary will be run for a given command. Rust up, which? Rust C. Rust up tool change nightly. Home jingles dot rust up tool chains nightly. Oh, okay, so it's set to the old one. It didn't switch when I did the update. Rust up tool chain. Rust up tool chain. Rust up tool chain list. Okay. Rust up default. That didn't work. Info, using existing install for stable info, default tool change set. Okay, so now if I go rust C, minus version. Now I'm at 1.81. Oh my god. Okay, so it was that simple. Okay, where in the manual did it say that? That would have been nice. That would have been nice. Because it says, yeah, if you want up. Maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm blind. Let me see. Dependencies. Let's have a search. Those are the regex time, experiments, reading elements of vectors. Okay, maybe we'll just use this one. Rust up. Update. Let's go rust up 1.7. I think it was like 1.7.5. Or rust C. Yeah, announcing rust 1.75.0. If you don't have already, you can set rust up for the appropriate page on our website. Okay. Pointer byte offset APIs, code layout optimizations, stabilized APIs. Other changes, contributors. Rust up. If you have previous version of Rust installed via Rust up, you can get 1.75 with Rust up update stable. Okay. Is there somewhere in the manual where it said when you update that you have to explicitly point like Rust up at your new toolchain? Did it say that somewhere? And I just missed it? Because that is a possibility. I just got to know. Rust up. Updating and uninstalling. Once Rust is installed via Rust up, updating a newly released version. Sorry. Bleh. Let me try that again. Once Rust is installed via Rust up, updating to a newly released version is easy. From your shell, run the following update script. To uninstall, run this. This says check the version. Point to your new path. Call this to update. Call this to uninstall. But prefer not to use Rust up. Yeah, that's not mentioned in here. I don't see it at all. Creating a project directory. Writing and running a program, yeah. Anatomy of a program, yeah. Compiling and running, yeah. Cargo. Yeah, they just completely skipped that part. What happens I had to explicitly say that I was using a rust up toolchain list. Rust up default. Yeah, so I had to explicitly say to use the new toolchain I updated. That's a little annoying. Huh. Okay, you know what? Let me open... Okay, let me close this folder. We're good. We're done with it now. The code is doing exactly what I wanted it to do. We're gonna open a... Okay, so we're gonna close this folder. We're gonna open a new folder. And we're gonna go to... here. We're gonna do a crates test. So we know this worked. Actually, I don't want this one. I want to do the one that I wanted, that I was trying to do the first time. Because it's related to another project I wanted to do. So we're going to close the folder. RM minus R dates. Cargo, new, rates, test. Okay. See more cargo.toml keys and their definitions. Alright. File. We're going to open that folder we just made. Okay. Cargo.toml. We want eGUI. We want the latest eGUI. Run the following cargo command in your project or add it to your toml. We want to add it to our toml. I've seen a few... I'm inclined to think that's an oopsie. That equals sign. Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe... version requirement. We're gonna see cargo check epaint eGUI. It didn't throw a hissy fit, so terminal, new terminal. Cargo build. It took it. Yeah, it took it. Use. Colon. GUI. Wait. Unused import eGUI. Yeah, because okay, that makes sense. So because I'm using it, but I'm just doing a print line in here, it's complaining that I shouldn't have this. Okay, I know I should wrap up, but I want to see if I can just draw a window. I want to see an example. Let's see an example drawing a window. eFrame is the official eGUI framework, which supports writing apps for... Well, UI heading, my eGUI application. UI horizontal. Ooh, what is the weird... What is the pipe in between the UI? UI label. Mute name. Let's see an quick start. There are simple examples in the examples folder. If you want to write a web app, then go to eFrame template and follow the instructions. If you want to integrate eGUI into an existing engine, go to the integration section. Target 60 Hz in debug. Friendly, difficult to make mistakes and shouldn't panic. Portable, same code works in the web as a native app. Easy to integrate. Simple 2D graphics API for painting. No callbacks. Pure immediate mode. I don't know what that one means. I'll probably learn later. Extensible. Modular. No unsafe code and minimal dependencies. Advanced and flexible layouts. That's fundamentally incompatible with immediate mode. A plotting function, eh? Collapsible headers? Very handy. Well, with a plot function, you could you maybe make a oscilloscope, perhaps? Who the hell is Ferris? Is the crab called Ferris? Alright, let's see. UI heading, UI horizontal, UI add, UI label, UI image. Let's go UI heading. UI. This is what you use to place widgets. Represents a region of the screen with a type layout, horizontal or vertical. Alright. Dot add. Oh, it's UI dot. No, that's not right. Do I have to, like, declare a window, maybe? I think I need to look at some better examples here. In this case, they have something called UI that they're working with. Alright, let's see it. Oh. Is it using eGUI for this environment right now? Substruct, code example, name string, age, U32. Code example, function, UI. Example. UI.heading example. should see a complaint. And it should complain at me that it doesn't know what that is. Quickly get started with eGUI. You can take a look at the eFrame template, which uses eFrame. Alright, let's do that then. Okay, I guess that didn't work. Alright, I guess I'm typing it out like a plebeian. Alright. Alright, let's see what this template shows us here. This is a template repo for eFrame, a framework for writing apps using eGUI. As of 2023, eGUI is in active development. Breaking changes, yeah. Source. Wait, where'd they say the examples were? Test the template. Alright, that's taking too long. Alright, let's have a look. Hide console window on Windows, alright. Let native options, viewport. App. This doesn't look anything like the example they used. Maybe that's a little bit too far out of reach for me right now. Why immediate mode? eGUI is an immediate mode GUI library as opposed to retain mode. The difference between retain mode and immediate mode is best illustrated with the example of a button. In a retained GUI, you create a button, add it to some UI, and install some on-click handler. The button is retained in the UI, and to change the text on it, you need to store some sort of reference to it. By contrast, in immediate mode, you show the button and interact with it immediately, and you do so every frame. This means there's no need for any on-click handler nor to store any reference to it. In eGUI, this looks like if UI button save file clicked save file. More detailed description of immediate mode can be found in the eGUI docs. There are advantages and disadvantages to both systems. The short of it is this: immediate mode GUI libraries are easier to use but less powerful. Okay. CPU usage, IDs. Maybe some eGUI examples at a later time would be useful. I say at a later time, and I'm looking it up right now. Let's see. So let's see what this guy's doing here. Use eFrame eGUI. Maybe I have this incorrect. So I could maybe call for subtypes, but I'm not doing that. So that is correct. Yep, that is correct. Okay. Apply example app, function name, static string, eGUI basic. IMPL. Implement some functionality for a type. The IMPL keyword is primarily used to define implementation on types. Inherent implementations are standalone, while trait implementations are used to implement traits for types or other traits. Functions and consts both can be defined in an implementation. A function defined in an implementation block can be standalone, meaning it would be called like foo : bar. If the function takes self, slice mute self, and its argument, it can be called using method call syntax, a familiar feature to any object-oriented program like foo : bar. Okay. Trait thingy, do thingy. Implement thingy, for example. Function do thingy. You know, that might be a later time thing. We're already, like, almost 3 hours. Well, we're almost at 5 hours. Maybe we should switch to something... Not switch to something else, but we should wrap it up. To quit while I'm ahead. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole late at night, because then I'm not going to be sleeping so well. Let's see. I'm feeling okay. Maybe there's somebody we can raid over to. I think that's a good idea. Let me close some stuff up here. If this does not function, that's fine. We'll exit out of here. We'll close this out. Oh, that killed all of them. I thought it was only going to kill that one window. Oh, well. Alright. So, let's switch on over to hold. Ah, yes. Well, was that a very productive Sunday? No. Was it a very entertaining Sunday? No. Is this something that a person should normally do? Day to day, just stream themselves stumbling around like this? No. Will I do it again? I set up enough that I would seriously think it would be a shame to not do it again. So, I mean, let's recap what we've managed to do here today. If we go to some of the goals... Ah, we closed out the goals. Surprisingly, I was warned that Rust was a bit of a learning curve because of, like, a lot of the way it's designed is to prevent people from doing things that are, like, inherently not, like, memory safe. It stops a user from doing things that can be, you know, exploited to do things like arbitrary code execution, or stopping things like stack overflows, and stopping things like popping empty stacks, and stopping crashes. But what that means is that I'm constantly walking headfirst into its restrictions by design. And I'm not gonna say it's fun, but I understand why, and part of this is just trying to figure out what those restrictions and quirks are. And having this, like, kind of just stupid code that doesn't really do anything sitting in a pile of project directories is kind of useful, because I can just go back and reference what it is I've done previously. So that's kind of why I chose to do the weird, stupid things I did in my little practice programs, like shuffling a string around. Because, well, it turned into something way more complicated than I thought, which then involved converting a variable's type into another to do the work and converting it back. So now I've learned functions, I've learned returning from functions, I've learned converting variable types and, like, converting the contents. I've learned some of the intricacies of Rust and some of its protections, like if you shift left too many times and cause a bit to overflow the most significant bit, it doesn't just truncate it, it'll throw an error. It just won't let you do it. Or rather, and that's what we saw in the documentation, which is that during debugging, you shouldn't rely on that. And if you do rely on that, then you need to say so that, you know, it can do necessary protections. But you shouldn't be relying on it. So now I have a weird little function that simulates a marquee instead of relying on just overflows and rollovers. So I'm glad I did it. I understand it's not the most entertaining thing, but I appreciate people hanging around, and yeah. Oh, I know somebody who we could raid into. I've seen them around. Well, actually, I say I've seen them around, but I've actually back in the back when VStream was still around, I saw this fella. good fun, very cozy. His name, I think they still go by he. Actually, I should double check that. Yeah, they still go by he. Good. Good, good. I think we should raid over to them. They are playing Persona 3. It looks like a reload. Persona 3 reload. That must be like a remake or something. But I think that would be a nice way to wrap things up here tonight. I don't know what kind of raid message to do. I'm very inclined to... No, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I was going to dig up one of the error messages in the terminal and just make that the raid message, but I don't want to confuse the fuck out of some poor sod. Alright. Let's get raided over. Get to see a cool guy doing cool video game shit. So, thank you all for hanging out with me and watching me stumble around trying to learn things that are probably drop dead obvious for everyone else. I appreciate it. There's tons of ways you could waste an afternoon, and you chose to spend it with me. So, as always, I'm not going to tell you what to do, so I'm not going to tell you to stay out of trouble. But all I ask is that if you do get in trouble, you make sure it's the good kind of trouble. And you all stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye for now. I probably should hit enter on that, shouldn't I? Whoops. Well, we're raiding over now. Have a good night, everybody.